Hello, hello, hello. Lock it in because why would it not be? That. We're gonna check the audio before we even start this game. And turn on my light. You guys aren't just staring at me in the darkness. Let's open up Twitch in another window. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Yeah, that's where I want to be. Cool. I'm forgetting my glasses. I was like, why is everything blurry? Hold on, I'll be right back. I return. I don't like how the main screen of this game doesn't have music. That bothers the heck out of me. Nectar. I would fill that with warm milk, but I feel like it just wouldn't hit the same. Here. We're in it. I want to beat this game.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even.
When I checked the clips yesterday, my mic and the game were not being matched very well. Like the game was not loud. Some parts of the game were loud, some parts of me were loud. I'm gonna try to level that out as we go through it, but I'm gonna be fighting it. That's all I know.
But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
Oh, that was adorable. Okay. So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live?
Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river.
Your grandma? Where are your parents at?
Beck, manners. It's alright.
Oh, we're just we're just starting into the sadness again. Oh no.
My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back.
Oh dear.
My mom's been missing for a few months now.
Like missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger.
You can't do this to me,
Nellie
Gabe.
was the
I
one who
just got back.
eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how do you like your pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite.
I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck!
I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little
Luca
tired.
wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the feet.
The one thing she told you not to bring up.
Ow! I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines?
It's like you just said the same question. Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work.
Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. Hold on.
Mum.
Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist.
It's much louder than before. That means I can now do this. Just letting it down a little bit. I'm trying to figure out those levels pretty well. Because my mic's picking up and getting into the yellow, but that's about as far as that needs to go.
I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant.
Those loving eyes, holy shit.
Perennial Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering.
So she replaced the dead guy that was in the bag. Interesting.
She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that are many different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants for hope for the best.
And some people happily leave their job to allow the loved ones to pursue their dream. You swore you
Beck
wouldn't.
slammed her fist into the table.
Oh no. Oh, my poor baby. Not the sweet summer child.
Perhaps harder than she intended.
Oof. Hey, Luca. How about some dessert?
I actually have to meet my friend Rollo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time.
Just immediately anywhere but here.
The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like a storm's brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't know there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you for all the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck.
Beck. Unlucky Penny, let's go. And she's gonna go at me because that's what the penny told her to do.
Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people.
Yeah, he wasn't used to my grandmother after 6 months.
But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds began to. Okay, so I could take her with me, or I could leave her behind. Really, if Rumble would make her stay, and Break will be her coming with me. So we got to get the squad together. I feel like that'll move the story together.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure. You can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him about...
Lucas stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've gotta tell me. Oh. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Let's go.
Lucas saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What? What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Eris Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shish. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means shaking some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with more of our common threat. Now this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
She has a little colon 3 face. Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your past. You just worry about your part in this, and let me handle the rest. There's only one fat guy in this game, so none breed. I'm guessing that's him in the suit. I can't wait to see that look on Rube Kier's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. That's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Oh, it's Grandma. I lied. I'm surprised. I'm shooketh if even. Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
I would have known, yeah, that's why I had her hair behind the wall, because I would have definitely recognized the hair. Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared.
Oh, this timeline's getting so fucking...
Chapter 5. What big ears you have.
Ooh, Little Red Riding Hood reference.
Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. The audio's now too loud. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Alright, let's get moving. Yeah, the squad's about to pull up. Oh my god, I don't like how there's multiple of them. Like, I hate that that's the canon thing. That there's just multiple of these red raccoons. Red pandas, sorry. Just around. Of course, we're not
The
worried.
clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe you should be minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Over his paunch. If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you just sign here and acknowledge everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in the flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my internal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
I don't like those characters so much. Actually, let's talk to him. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran just tells me to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. But Gran's a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, better run along home now. Too dark to be out wandering on your own. That's why I have the cat. Like little, I keep forgetting her name. Cause I know Lucas, cause they say Lucas' name all the time. Beck, there we go. These two doing that. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam? Why? I don't know. I just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer is always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait. Anybody around back? I better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. You're not gonna let me talk. Ooh, wait, hold on. Alligator girl, sir. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure in tone. Are you prepared to live with the truth? I don't like that. Oh, I can still go down here. Sick. Hell yeah. Watermelon bongo. Smack. Oh, shit. Alright, cool. Enough with that. And smack the watermelon a good few hundred times for me. Batgirl is gone. Last chance diner? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, to the treehouse. It's late, but it's not that late. What are these guys doing outside?
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's coming. It's all coming together quite nicely. Goodness, done it. Could have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it. Oh, she's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks to her. Make thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import. Adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we can very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines, not including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr lopped his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine's family. Present, company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all this? Gosh, I never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just a festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about agricultural business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And then and the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Matt Valentine. He just lives in that building, I guess. Alright, to the treehouse. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further from here. So, what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo, he's... Rolo. Not particularly helpful? Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. He's been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about the damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be this fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer? It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed Valentine's. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. Next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of just crapshoot. It's sort of just a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick. God, I switched your voices for a second. Yeah, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things haven't gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put up hotels in one town over for a week. They even put up in the hotels, one town over for a week. But they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Do I have anything else for this?
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Come on, come on. Fuck!
Luca placed sometimes.
Let's not wait until perfectly red for that. Ooh. What's this? Malice 80 proof whiskey? A hard liquor for a hard man? Best leave that be. Takes a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around.
Luca stuck a toy stretchy hand onto the hook. Those things always get dirty anyway.
They really do. They stick to literally everything. Should we give it to Mom? She likes jewelry. That's sweet. That's a sweet thought, Buckaroo. I'm not sure she'd fully appreciate a pawn bracelet. That's all stuff I got for this one. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
I love Rolo, dog. He's the best. You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for the test infiltration. Can't be too safe nowadays. Can't be too safe these days. There's a window on the door. I love that. That man really had an Among Us. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Where'd you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's this guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. And the squad was made. We now got the three peeps together. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was all imaginative, I'll give you that. It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust this new recruit? I vouch for her. There's so much sass, I love it. I love that pose so much. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in on the Valentine warehouse?
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know. The place was lit up and active. Maybe there were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled up in, when the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They're wearing a mask, right? Yeah. And they could have been a woman. How'd you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let me go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way home, Beck and I saw the heiress Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat
Roland
suit.
let out a low whistle.
I wanna imitate the slow whistle. And they weren't there for idle chit chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There was an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. Then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to heiress Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town, and their leader is your gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away, and the mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months ago back. She came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It had been years since I've seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. Are you sure your Gran isn't on the up? Are you sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
There's another window over there? Well, I guess it's the door, I think? Yeah, that would be the door to the balcony. I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. You could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. And your paws was saying, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my Gran's really hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed it by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop, and you can count on me. All right, squad dip out.
Chapter 6.
Oh shit, we're deep in this.
Secret lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
Oh, I'm in my normal gear. Look at me in my fucking space shirt. What time is it? I really have been giving them the scratchy ass voice. No, I want it to just be in normal. Whatever. Oh, this tree is growing. Yeah, we can't continue. I want to continue this side. This side seems really interesting.
But we're growing on this side. We're gonna have to go back anyway. I'm sure the game's gonna make me do it. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous sting on your head? Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more than you're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game's afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were your gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Ah!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe. I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. And again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. I like we're following Rollo, even though we know he's not gonna have the answers. Eureka! She lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat! It may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah. The closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice. It's locked. Well. Look who stands to reason now. Not having that at all. I have no idea, and I have no idea where the key is. If it's really important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm gonna take this important thing and huck it in the bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she's always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Christ. We're gonna go break some dishware. Alright, Rollo. I think it's your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon an expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Damn. Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I love them all bunched up together because you could really see how big Rollo is next to both of them. He's massive. Country boy. Yeah. I don't know what we were really expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Are you for real? Seems like your granny has been doing some remodeling. Dude. Only two types of people have secret lairs.
evil masterminds, and superheroes. So which one do you think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of the unhinged conspiracies vibe. Oh wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Oh, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are like a big... Maddie's correct, okay? Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where you leave all the meaty bits. That's where all the meaty bits live. Oh, I had no idea you were such a presence in preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. I could have guessed the second part. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. I'm gonna pronounce this word correctly. Give me a second, chat.
Malaise.
Okay, I was right. Malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of his muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby in just a few days past. Since waiting on lab results from Joseph...
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water in his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It looks like he came back to this report later with... It looks like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Wait, hold on. I just looked at the achievements. So more people have Melon Kicker than people have Play That Funky Music, which to get Play That Funky Music, you have to get Melon Kicker, because to get Melon Kicker, you have to kick the melon. Or is it like two different spots? Because I kicked the melon once and got the achievement, and I came back and smacked it a bunch of times. But 56.1% of the people got the bongo one, but only 46% got the melon kicker, which you need to do one to get the other one, and the one that you need to get the other one is lower. How? Anyway, Rollo scanned through the pages. Here, the writing looks shady. I just couldn't help it. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where the left ends. That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Look, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean by enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? Whoa, language, Luca. You're 12. This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the
That
door
is some
shut.
grade A bullshit. That is. That is
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town. Interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Oh, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. She puts little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboard's all inside of a big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen their next victim. We don't know what any of that means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. You can't give me something to punch it and expect me not to punch it. What is she training for? Alright, any enough of that. What do we have here? Barrel smart caution explosive. Yeah, let's not touch those. Are they jam jars? That's enough jam to feed a whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? That makes sense. Okay, so the market guy in the bottom of the map where you can kick the melon, when you hand him jam, it's like, yes, the jam I got from your gran, that jam, the correct jam, the jam that I ordered, the grand jam. Like he was like trying to make sure everybody knew that he got jam. So he knows that they're explosives. And so does the diner lady, I'm guessing. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberry.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jam gram? A grand jam gram. It says, last night I used a disguise Eris. Last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. So this is exactly what they were talking about before in the other timeline when Rollo got captured. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more of a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? Are we talking about the diner lady, Mrs. Fratelli? Because she is pretty much a bombshell. You're new here, so I'll let that slide. I'm the bad joke guy around here. Thank you. I'm glad someone knows.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this is looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map.
Can't fault, can't fault that logic. Looks like there's even a pathway drawn on to it. A pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance of town, and if we follow
Rollo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
town square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like a treasure to me. The end path on that map is the same symbol as these explosives over here. So it's not hiding treasure? That's a real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival? Gulp. Did you just say gulp? Oh, I love Rolo so much. I love him. Nothing. I hope nothing happens to Rolo. That's all I gotta say. Rolo is a kind, sweet child, and nothing should ever happen to him. Hour passed. Hold on. Setting a timer on my phone. This feels kind of like a gulp situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. And she's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. Shit. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was that? No, I heard it too. It was the front door, which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Get the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped.
Are we good?
Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily, and a muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down here?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo!
thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Oh, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flamin' chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Hello. Mysterious, creepy man. Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rolo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
And with that, bam. You sure clobbered him good, Rolo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver.
Chapter 7.
We're 2 chapters ahead now.
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Really? The entire chapter?
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They would run the classic good cop. All I have is chill.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
You could tell the narrator had so much fun doing that part. I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
I mean, I was like, He's like, I'm chill. I'm about it. Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
I don't trust this. Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This is all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rolo just got a little startled. Rolo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Oh, all right. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Harem a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in Grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my Gran up to? Why does he not call her Gram? Why is it Gran? Oh, I guess Grandma. Grandma. Instead of just Gram. Gram, you know? If you just cut me loose, I could show you. How do we know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
I'm almost out. Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No? And since your grand moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah? So why would I turn my back on my own family? On your family. Sorry. On your family now. It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes.
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. Oh, he's gonna fucking run? Are you kidding me? This will all make sense in
He
time.
edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to
He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there. And let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck. Literally, he wanted to say shut up so badly. Just shut up.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
That's how the chapter ends.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
You have Rumble. I feel like this is the correct way, or I'm starting to get the feeling it's the correct way. But we need something else other than chill for that. Rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say my odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Oh, the game's loud as shit. Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch a cold. Oh, I end up staying. Okay. Luca? Luca? Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. I keep giving everybody the country accent. I don't know why. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff's still in boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest. Why don't you unpack? All your boxes are in your room. Unpack your shit. Lazy 12-year-old. Lazy
Luca
12-year-old.
squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Shoot that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. This is gonna be a very sweet moment, I feel.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Well, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? Most recent one, yeah. Some school gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they all were really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having brilliant parents. They're always... When did they adopt you? That's what I want to know. Because clearly you are not their kid. Because you are a black cat, and one of them is a gopher, and the other one's a white cat. So something's not piecing together here. There is always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Oh, if you cared enough to keep them, that is all. Well, you care enough to keep them is all. Oh, wow. Earl and I have a radio just like this one in the treehouse. Reused assets, huh? I get it. No, trust me, I get it. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. That seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes.
I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff you could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Ah, shucks. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That one hurt more than expected. She jumped off and tried to be cool. Fucked her. I've done it before. I get it. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
The rivulets. This game is giving me a new vocabulary. We're gonna look up what the fuck that means. Rivulets. A very small stream. Word of the day, chat. Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rolla can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care about what you want? It didn't used to feel like that. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
This got really sad. Like, really sad. I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. The one thing my dad told me when I was little. Are you not still little? Anyway. Don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what did you do? You don't know when you don't know what to do. I never got to that part. Sometimes I figured it out on my own. You gotta do something. Anything. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's going to be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town! Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks! Oh, this scene's great. I love it. I hate it. I hate that. I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't I just stay somewhere? Ah!
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I love these kids. I love these kids so much. They bring me so much joy. Like, I hope nothing bad happens to them, because I love them. I feel like Beck is going to move away at the end of this, because we're going to probably ruin the town. I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Oh, I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. Back to normal at nighttime. That was a really nice scene. See you and Rolo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in.
That was absolutely
Chapter
great.
5. Friendly feud.
I'm so many chapters behind because I have to jump back.
The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend.
Why is that the part you're worried about?
Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Catch Barolo at the treehouse. I was making sure I saw that correctly because it's definitely the Batgirl. Hey Don, tracking down a lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a particular last will and testament. Peculiar? How? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age, who just showed up in town one night with a lawyer. Solomon. Bingo. So Eris was forced to take him. So Eris was forced to take care of him. Was forced. There's so many there's italicized words. I need to pay attention to those. So Eris was forced to take care of him. Yep. Or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. Sowed some wild oats? That explains how the heiress treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. I'm mad it's Luca, not Luke. Makes it so much harder. Skipping along. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens! There's no time for fractured friendships. It always tells me not to dilly-dally when I want to head over there, but it doesn't do it when I go this way. I feel like the nighttime area for that back part it's something. There's something over there. I'm gonna go punch that melon and go. Oh, is there like a part that you Okay, so some days you can kick it, some days you can't. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. That nervous smile, holy shit. Do you want to be the one to tell the town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm? We all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir. We will work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. I like it in each building there's like one light lit up as if someone's living inside of the building. I have a new thing to throw in the water, I'm pretty sure. Tiny Luca, look at him.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He might not even want it back. The man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Why did I get rotten from that? Or why did I have to use rotten for that? Rollo, you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
Rollo is upset. You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
A rain helped me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day for someone to deliver jam. No, that storm rolled out of nowhere. I got stuck after dinner at Beck's house.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Shit. Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she made new friends. New friends? Spent all day waiting for you, and you're off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to Mission Control. It's gonna be a surprise. And you took so long that the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. So what I love about the little gator in town is that she will give you different pieces of the story that she's reading, and it will always reflect the story that you're currently going through. So I knew he was going to be upset. I love that. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course. Every time Luca curses, my brain gets thrown into the sky as this 12-year-old is so upset he has to curse at you. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word, 'cause that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want. You don't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this. If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa was right. Storm brings more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa is still around.
The words hung in
Wow. 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 That's fucked up.
Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rollo. Dang it. Ketchup or Rollo's Treehouse. Ooh, why would he say that? That's so rude. I'm gonna be right back. I should be back in 1 minute. That's fucking insane, Rollo. You cannot be doing that. perfect timing. I'm back. Ad's over. Now we can now go back and get this bread. I really can't believe he said that. It's crazy to me that he was like, I'm just gonna go out and say it. My dad's still here. Damn, that's how you feel. If Rolo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it. On a bed, taking a fat nap, or not, I guess.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
He just wants to beat his anger out on something. I get it. Rolo, what a jerk. Call me a bad friend. Ooh, I'm Rolo. Look at me and my amazing family. Guess I'm never supposed to make new friends. No! Don't make my boy cry. Damn. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. I just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I gotta run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Nah, I can move. I bet Rolo's still going to go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca? I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Oh, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. Wait, what did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to put you a pity party and go outside, I think it'll do some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with that. Kick this ball again. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. Gotta kick the ball this way.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rolo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rolo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often.
That's adorable. That's really cute, actually.
Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rolo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Moldwell. She said she met you yesterday? What did she say? Is she here? She's just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today.
Oh, she seemed nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rolo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave your dinner on the kitchen table. It's dinner time? This man late. Damn. I get it. Trust me, I do. Like, damn. I ain't been that sad in a while. In case you want to bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself.
Shit.
Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant.
Oh?
The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad. If you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames in a flash of cold light. He was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
The craziest descriptions this book has ever given me is always his dreams. I wanted that animated. Either animated or give me the little slideshow in like a different art style, because it always sounds so vividly clear in how they explain it. I love it. How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen for a bit? Whatever you and Rolo fought about doesn't matter. But he...
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Oh, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. Mm-hmm. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them for their worst. Except golden ticket. Now get your little butts out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one. What did I say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. All right. I love you, Luca. I love you too.
That
Luca
conversation
took a
hurt.
deep breath.
Grand's sweet old words always mess me up.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rolo.
Is Beacon Pines an actual book? Because it keeps saying page numbers on top as if this is written out like a choose your own adventure book. Some pages being on other shits and others.
A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rolo.
But since you put me out here, I'm going to go visit Dad's grave. And sneeze again. Oh, were we sneeze proof? We're sneeze proof, guys. Let's go. No, no, I messed up my streak. No, I will get this. This is a futile nature, I can tell. Yeah, I can't do it. It's too much work. He never runs near his dad's grave. There's a lot of shit happening outside just now. There you are. Luca. Rolo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
I love it when they give the sprite some more emotion. I love that. A space adventure through you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight, and the only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend.
So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. And she just dips. A space adventure through you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. He wants me to go to the library. That was a simple enough one. Oh, there's so much shit here. I want to go straight to the library, but there's stuff here. How it goes to Beetle Hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen much of it. What the fuck? How? Okay, Google. Excuvare. An animal cast of slowed skin, especially that of an insect larva.
Exuviate.
Exuviate. What? Hold on. Exuviate. Weird. Anyway. Exuviate, I guess. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like that everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. This kid's been warning us that something has been happening in this town since day one. Because he's been in the weeping things before. Unique New York, unique New York, unique. This is actually really hard. Unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Oh, break a leg. Give me the gift. Oh, I can read it. Can't talk to him. I don't know what perennial harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. Town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy, and the season's harvest looks like it's going to be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pondering is going to change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. I can't talk to him. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech at the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. Don't want to miss it. I already feel like something really crazy is gonna happen at that reveal. Ain't moving. Every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey, Jeff, everything all right? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. It just ain't these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
I feel like there's an achievement to just stand there and be wistful at him. The most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. It's the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the Foul Harvest. I had my doubts about Perennial Harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Oh, let's see what the alligator lady doesn't have anything for me. That's concerning. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying? I want to see what all the fuss about is what all the festival fuss is about. I can't help but notice you still brought a backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than books. True, true. So what you got in there? I swear to God, if you say books, I knew it. I was able to return perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone's noticed. Good. Now, will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of our family. Our family or the family? Pretty sure she said the family. Yeah, I can finally come back here again. Hey, Luca. How's Griffin doing? Who is Griffin? What? Oh, nothing.
Zariel became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Huh? Who's Griffin? I'm gonna talk to Batgirl. Doing the fake yawn always makes me actually yawn. I got a question for you. What do you think of the whole festival? What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's why I assumed at first too until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you the whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? Special guest? Who? Haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks it's a really big deal. Always try the door. Hold on. Show them the area I can check. Luca, did you know that Pecan Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, all the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. Just kept on going. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh,
Griffin
nothing.
looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. So I'm supposed to come back through this area when I'm done with the library is what I just got. It's like, how's Griffin? I'm always gonna beat that fucking melon. The library is somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Solve a riddle. The first? Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. Oh, the planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright. When you find it, bring it here and I'll get it verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. On the planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. So we need the fifth issue.
Luca grabbed the modern science of atomic radiation from the shelf. Luca grabbed natural photography.
There we go. Let's see, what do you have here? Natural Photography Volume 5. Nope, I'm afraid that's not the correct book. Okay, here's it. The words I emphasize are important. On a planet far apart, you may take issue. The fifth king, and when the fifth king dies, you'll need your. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. Fifth issue. Volume 5, not the fifth
Luca
issue.
grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank.
There we go. Ah, you found it.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rolo Cypherpin. Used to write secret messages everywhere that. And only had a special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Oh, Rolo. Not the entire Halloween stash. Come on now. Now, let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away from the... Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in... Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in grub cart. Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of your scavenging hunt. Thanks, Kato. Okay, so I did it backwards. No spoilers, please. Alright, sorry. Yeah, he loves to give me spoilers.
There were rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of...
Okay, so that's weird. Not fooling anyone. Hey, Griffin. Did Arello come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
No, that's it. Brought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yeah. It's cold. Yeah, it's been sitting there for a while. Rolo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up to the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. You also go to the coffee shop next to the fountain. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. You big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
But takes flight but has no wings. You final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I guess skipping and going to the end of this riddle makes you miss this. Somehow, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings, your final task a friendship brings. It has wings but takes no flight. Rolo? Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog. Yeah? Well then. That doesn't make up for what I said. But here, you earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
flight. Thanks. You didn't have to go through all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now, you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm real sorry. For everything that's been happening with your mom and all. I always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Oh well. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant I wasn't good enough. That was selfish. Wrong. I was wrong. I am so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else you want to do today? You can snoop around and try to find some more info about your mom. Snoop where? Probably sneak into the Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff that goes at those clipboards right now? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of our day about us. Really? Yeah. The rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I've been wanting to get some work done on that MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Oh wait, let me access this memory because I'm pretty sure I got another one for this. I didn't.
Luca gently but first.
I wonder what the hard one was going to be for. Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his speech, they're going to have a big first annual big catch competition. As long as the boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Head to the treehouse for Rollo. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran to your grand this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. Letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward, but if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Oh. I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
Oh, mad chillin'. We are vibing right now. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go through all the trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth. It's just the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Hello.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seems nice. Was it nice?
We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Oh, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It's such a grim line.
It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
What the fuck? The big chill. Huh?
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time.
Oh, okay. They just died. The town froze over. And they're stuck in that treehouse because time is frozen.
The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Oh, we got the hard cop. Oh. Oh, we get to continue this one. No. Run it back. I've been wanting to do this one for a while.
Luca
Flight.
drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts. But I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way. Take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath.
This is such an interesting book. Every time they hit me with a chapter number, God,
The
I'm
sky
hooked.
was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. So this is the timeline where Rolo gets kidnapped. And we only kinda know. Beck. I keep forgetting her name. It's... Luca! Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks! The young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up in one of those radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom was sure a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
He's gonna learn that both his parents were murdered, and it's gonna be crazy bad for everybody.
We gotta keep moving.
Okay. It's a dead end. Whoa. That's the Beacon Pine sign, isn't it? What's the readout? It's hidden just above 258 Kelvin. Hold on. Kelvin to Fahrenheit. 258 Kelvin. That is almost 5 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a bit down from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. A small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. So all the hazmat suits are fat. All of them.
What's all this?
Hard to see with all the snow.
I think it's the town sign.
I can almost make out the letters under there.
What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town deep within Weepwood.
I am looking at evidence on the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here.
Step 1. Snow's gotta go. Let's see what we can do.
Alright, too far.
Welcome to Huh?
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How do we get back here? I guess we got turned around? Where did all the snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? You're gonna get answers. We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, this is definitely Beacon Pines. Or like, more turned down in the future?
This stuff looks familiar. To you? It looks like that barrel near the puddle I shoved me into, yeah. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Oh, so the flash freeze happened in like the second that we went down the hill?
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, swim run.
It would have been funny to see him frozen in
The
that
crunching
spot.
of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't gonna save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It's getting pretty late. I think probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
That's not a good idea. Don't rest in snow.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You're supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Vicky, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
I don't know. It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. That is a serious thing. That has me messed up. Sometimes I just feel empty. Sometimes I just want to get a reaction to somebody else so they can make me feel something. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo always had a blast together, laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
It's perfect little Luca Van Horn with his perfect little life. My life isn't perfect. Everybody in this town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she even already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out there. Oh, it must be raining out here.
Iggy arched
Definitely.
into a wide yawn.
You should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
I would hope you're not falling asleep in the snow. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you a full tour once we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. This kid's life is sad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch.
No, we're back in a dream.
His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song.
I like the lavish. It's in Granny's clothes.
A voice behind Luca spoke. This is how you remember them, huh? Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting.
Oh. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
Okay, they weren't fighting with each other for like normal fucked up relationship shit. He saw poison. He's a doctor. He got tired of seeing patients that were being sent to him with that issue. And he's gonna go fix it.
I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Oh, and it was Sharper's fault. Cool.
Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy
Yo, who is
snowfall.
this cute little character? Is it a possum? Is it a possum?
It stood above
Please
him,
give me the art. Put
lingering
the
in
art.
contemplation.
Put the art on screen right now.
Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
It's a tiny mouse. It's a tiny mouse. Look at it. It's so small. It's so tiny. Oh, I love it. Why is it so cute? Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two have certainly caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep minding our own business.
Why did I give him the accent again?
You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody.
Anybody.
Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Yeah.
You big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball.
Iggy's structural for insults is great.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here.
Interesting choice of words.
I mean, let's calm down. Who are you?
A friend.
Observer. A hitchhiker on an infinite expanse of possibilities. Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off?
Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So, you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
He? They make the softest male characters. I wouldn't be able to tell. I would not be able to tell.
Very well. I suppose this isn't the first time for metaphors. This isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some sort of time travel gate in Weepwood, or teleported to some alternate universe, or this is just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer and closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. Both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a great feat would require immense labor and power. That which could be moved would be... That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivials which complete the tapestry. Oh, you could leave that to the miraculous thing we call a brain. It was a real aversion, discontinuity, a revulsion event. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. There was no narration on that. That was weird. So you're saying that someone made an entire town and moved us all in without no one noticing? I mean, when they did tell everybody that we have to do a complete scrub of the town and told everybody to leave for a week and then come back, and then they ended up in a new town, that would be pretty simple. There's like all of 18 characters in this town, so. Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered, certainly, with certainty. The best we can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why, indeed.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is our home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west to Weepwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
I already checked it where the grave site was.
Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what did I do?
There was no reply.
What
just
do I do?
snow-covered
Shit.
silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. 259 Kelvin. Fall off distance is still good. Did you hear me? Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. So the timeline where... Because we froze over... in this timeline. Where we hit rumble and then we froze. But in this timeline, it seems like
Because we seem like we moved through time, and then the flash freeze happened in this timeline. So whatever happened in the town below also happened in the town upward. What are we trying to protect on this mountain that causes a flash freeze? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. A little sidestep. Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on our graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
Oh, no, on graves, not on our graves. I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. I'm not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some advice.
Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover? Who are you helping? Iggy, look what they did! They lied to everyone! Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this little switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source?
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure, it would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What'd you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, then we smash it. What if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad, I promise. Let's do this. Locate the source. I feel like we're finally getting to the end of this game. I'm excited. It's an awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two to stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? The silence was so loud. Ah, shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. Oh, why did you bury it under that tree? So the long part of that story... So that's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing some chores in Rolo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. He's the reason why I lit on fire. I wanted to give you guys a little scare, but like I said, these were some primo fireworks, so I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the look on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I need to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried it under that tree. But when I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-ups found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, I wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Whoa.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. The source. This is the source? This dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, this is much more than that annoying little friend. Kerr, where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. Drats, it's cold. You two had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It's really something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is a source, where they collect an unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications? Like us. You're a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is, we all have a part to play. We all have play our parts in life. Mine just happens to be the lead in the role of a lifetimes. And you happen to be extras and ready for your curtain. You just happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. You aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as it makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these into your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. But. That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here. They backed out. I don't like how they didn't
Mr.
turn
Kerr
around.
sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
It is all. That reaction is priceless. Holy shit. Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh
He
shit.
tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child. What have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use that walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is if Kerr is out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets us go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your faces almost makes it. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Oh my God. And why don't you actually do something selfless for once and let go? Damn, that kid said kill yourself in game. He said go die. Why don't you peace out? Why don't you just log off for me?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
A long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. He's not 25. I can guarantee you he is not 25 at all. You should have heard me sing the part in Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Pum dum dum. Dum dum. Wow, can you really believe this guy? Hum.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need. And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's the only way out of this. It's the only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Look at, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to blank Iggy's request. Refuse, accept. I was not expecting to get this decision. I honestly don't know what to pick. gonna drop him, honestly. I don't like her. I don't like Iggy. And Iggy's already like half mutant, so.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
Kill them both.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. But of course. Those fireworks Izzy must have placed just the right amount of energy. You should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend sacrificed your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyways. How? Tempest liquamine is a particular substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable amount of energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So, the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over. That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yeah, we do.
It would take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again.
Did she say that because of the freeze over? Hold on. Because to get that, you have to get accept. So, I don't know where we got accept from.
If you know all this, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my own way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
Yeah, that's what we're doing with that.
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
I love that.
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy.
Same.
No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Oh, we could literally just go back and hit refuse. Fuck it, let's go check out what refuse does.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time. But we need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Okay, so I just wanted to know where that led. Good to know I chose the correct answer, though. Let's go do this one. Good cop, hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver?
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who? Who's where?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Hold on. Let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. I had to change his voice, the gruff tone. Calm as a carrot in the dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran? Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He
lord.
shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? My little voice thing grumpy. She's headed to the source. The source? What's the source? It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
a town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Damn.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but you better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? Library? There's information about the source thing. Kato. Christ, my eyes. Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Oh, they really only let me talk to Kato. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? I fucking knew it, dude. Kato got that feeling in him. Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of the keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working here for free? He is adorable. He is very adorable. Like, absolutely the cutest thing in the world. It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more can a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for y'all? A favor. I already told you in Rolo. I can't put any higher of a wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here for more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking just research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we kind of don't know. What do you know about the history of the town? The county records archives? What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Nice. We got page 69.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
Okay.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter. Cotter? Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life. Till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be a Borning County record that kills you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county. You're a county record. Oh, I love him so much. He's so great, honestly. He's real for that. You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote of history. Just like...
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Watch this be like the missing point that we were looking for like the longest time. Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait. What was that name back? Oh, in the obit? Jay Hartford. From the Brookfield Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford.
That's Gran's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there was two J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your Gran's 6 feet under, 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang, gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Ah, crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents are gonna be worried sick. Okay, I'll meet up as early as I can for the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. Has he really just been sleeping there the entire day?
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Let's check on Mr. Tolliver. And he's gone. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up and escaped from his bindings and left without a trace?
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. I just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. Just shoved a whole handful of jam in his mouth. Like, I got this. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. That's the only option here is to go to bed and act like nothing was wrong. I don't think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent over to do and left when he was done. I think Rolo gave that away when he called it Gran. And she's fucking gone! This is now a horror game! Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed, play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps. Damn.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The jam. Oh, the jam. Oh. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Yes, now let me handle everything. Why are you drugging Mr. Nuncreed?
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Down the stairs. We're gonna visit my dad's not grave, because it's definitely not his grave. Because he's not actually here. This is a false grave. This area doesn't make me sneeze anymore, and that makes me incredibly sad. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. This was intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, ho, ho! Sly devil. I'm getting a lot of emotion cards. We don't know where they're going to be used, though. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found out anything? We looked around, but haven't seen anything odd. Their Gran is nowhere to be found. Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for some speech. What speech? I guess it just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering on stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Ahem. Hello, Beacon Pines. My name is Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment and recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought I would begin a round of applause befitting for such a great man. Awkward amount of applause. Even though he's more old and colder deserves.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was
William
I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. I love the really awkward amount of applause. What a great turnout! It's my favorite character to voice act. Heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we... Honk shoe, me, I'm Dormier. I'm ready to take a nap. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. Though that dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From a second after foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this great town, despite suffering a great loss, still held onto that thing that makes them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important than you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The
The only way you made through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial harvest was founded on that conviction and that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand, and our future will shape. We will shape to get in the future into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Throughout my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so with a happy heart, I can proclaim,
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits! Oh.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
I don't have any other options.
Ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Oh, we did get another option. Actually, since that's happening, I'm gonna go put on some socks. It's getting cold. I got my tootsies out. Y'all gonna get yours? Watch this. A sweet wreck. I was sitting in a chair.
What, y'all don't have bottle service at your desk? That's crazy. Couldn't be me. Okay, so now we have Sly. Let's bring it up, bring that up. Now we go back again.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Oh, Beck handles this one.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on? You're that Medwill girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkblood has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? Way better to avoid prying eyes. Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense. He is the dumbest dude.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. You never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here to...
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal's got nothing if not. The old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. And in order to find out we're going to destroy the source, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I've finished cleaning these things up
Beck
down here.
was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. Well, you can leave the rest to me. Good. There's one more loose end I need to work on. Loose end? Oh, that's nothing really. The other day I had a radio on a scan. I was stocking my candy on my shelf. Oh no, it intercepted an old phrase from Radio Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. The whole time Mr. Tolliver had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
I just heard this like... I'd be mad too, Beck. I understand. Beck gives me May vibes from Night in the Woods. The password, Merlot. Oh, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'm having a word with Miss Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
You said you heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find a hidden meaning. Okay.
What's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be cover up? Maybe it's one of those, each letter is a number thingy. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be. Oh! It's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore. How? How did you get that? UND. How did you get that? How did you get that fast?
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
How? How did he have that big of a brain blast that quickly? Rollo, that was incredible. Oh, it's either that or Krun's nude rug store. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around here, have you? No. You got me waiting for that last, waiting around like a last slice of pie. Shit, you could be my last slice of pie. Shit. I swear that man will be late to his own funeral. Where did he go? All right, whatever. I feel like there's an achievement for this, but it has to be like something important is happening and you have to rush and you end up leaving. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up in my work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh? What do you got to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy when she spent some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. You have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Yeah, was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr's came here to offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse to a toxic wasting dump. Toxic dumping. Anyway, that was just a temporary arrangement. That glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this is all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you in breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. What do you got for me, Gator Lady? Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when a villain makes a good point. I'm gonna go smack that fucking melon. Boom. Alright. Always take a break to smack the melon. Where are we going?
The drugstore. Oh, it's Solomon.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Miss Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. I would like giving this character like a really like tone deaf, rich kid vibe, even though he's still a kid. And where'd you get all that candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have a family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Oh, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. Whatever floats your boat. We tell a lot by a person by their choice in confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. Why is he so mean? Why is he like, he's such a cute character design, but still like stoic and shaped. I love him. He's a little fluffy Doberman. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. He must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash. For some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash. Oh, he's right. It's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. He immediately walks over to phone booth because I know he likes to fuck with the phone booth. Have you actually seen anyone use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That's not a normal phone booth. It's got like blinky keypad. Why is there a blinky keypad? Crud's Noon Drugstore. I mean, Underground Secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
All right, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? Yeah, because
The inside
Nuncreed
of the
did that to
phone
me
booth
earlier.
dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under a phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Look, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if a transdimensional conduits of Hank Atomic SU-12 were real? Although, at one point or another, you said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. Looks like each of these has something written on them. Mining Operation Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they have hit gold. Not sure how the wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't realize what it means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. Well, that's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff? Is she involved with all this stuff? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. That where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine's place? This is starting to feel like something big. Sue has a broken mask. So we found our mysterious warehouse creeper. We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks and talks like Nuncreed, if it walks like a Nuncreed, talks like a Nuncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. There's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've been enough Hank Atomic to know my way around a sci-fi tech.
Frollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Just fucking wave my hands across it. Eeny, meeny, miny. Frollo, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. Shit. 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 Awesome! You all need to come with me, now. I'm not going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them that was an absurd password. We love to make anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Oh, hold on. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
Ominous music just let it sit here. You sound just like it. Huh. Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine came to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand. He was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they'll keep saying yes to him until he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper long gone, but he still got me saying yes. I knew Nuncreed's part of this was going to be really big. I didn't think it was going to be this big. Is there a point to the sob story? Not really, no. It's an old man trying to delay what he needs to do.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
Tried to keep you safe. Tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know. My grand isn't out of this. She's scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing that town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival. Why would she?
Color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got like maps, explosives, and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
Christ. You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what she's messing with. Tell me now, she's in danger, boy. I don't know. She has a map marked fountain. She has a map with a mark of the fountain in town square. Fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She's not going for the fountain inside of the reconstructed town. She's going for the fountain inside of the old actual town, which is where the source is. She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? She tries to destroy the source. It could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. Far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go as expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town. These are my favorite kids. These are my children.
Chapter 8. The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
And now we are back in the first town. Oh, that's where that manhole goes. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we were? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like we got any on us. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? This man peed himself in the tunnel and it didn't hit any of us, and now I'm worried. This way sucks. Why would anybody ever want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Time to catch up with Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Time to look at my dad's grave. You know what's crazy? From the grave going downward, there's the little patch of like dandelions. We don't get that here. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow? No time, Nuncreed's getting away. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of the town. Ah, I got it! It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me on here. Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they can keep it cold. We found it by traveling. I really hope at the end of all this, it actually is alien, so we'll shut the fuck up about it. On the metallic wormholes back there. Final objective, kill us all, shapeshift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. Never really had me. Very much lost me there. You'll get used to it. We should keep moving. Can I get the fireworks from earlier? I cannot.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you think you're doing. I assure you, this is not gonna solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed the whole town.
No, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators.
Gran? What's happening?
Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over the torch, you. I don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you and you betrayed that trust.
Luca, did you know this? That this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father would still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
What was like a brother to me? We had different ideas about how to affect change. Very confident that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
What are these? What am I supposed to do with this? You've given me a very weird setup here, alright? I'm gonna hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
it's stuff like this that makes me want to go live in a backwater town. But I also know what my skin color is, so I don't want to do that. Albeit everybody in this town seems to be like some sort of POC coding, and minus like Rolo's family, who is definitely on that barge of like, they're white, but they're still okay, because they're like old standing, but not old standing to be like racist, but like old standing. It's like, we accept all people as long as they're useful, you know?
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
Damn, how did you? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? Has she been grand this entire time? Like, this entire time? Are you kidding me? Only people who call me... Because Juniper's dead. So Eleanor... That being Eleanor makes a lot more sense. The only people who call me that are my dad and my mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother.
It makes sense because her the grand is dead. So her coming back after disappearing and just being grand makes a lot of
Only
sense.
smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, Buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother.
Could you imagine if he sprinted and actually tackled her into the hole?
They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you would have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. So my guess is that she got exposed to the goo and then was old and shriveled because of it, and then she's like, I'm just gonna take on my mom's persona. I thought you were getting more answers would help us both move on. The more I discovered, the more I realized that danger we were in. Till perennial harvest was stopped, it was better and everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. They don't care who gets us hurt in the process. And what do? You have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see it now. There's a lot better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We have a party to crash. So, you don't understand. He always wins. I feel like we're getting really close to the truth.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
That's how she got exposed to it. And that's what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me. I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, do you?
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd. It's just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We had no choice to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated, it's Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you see this whole festival's a sham? An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what. No. That'll do it. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. All that plan goes to shit. Oh, listen, she has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Aren't you as sneaky as the Dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now the whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. As my associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere more comfortable, so that she can get help. So she can get the help that she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. That you two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easy to look the other way. The truth is. Solomon? Solomon? Can you not? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. He is the fucking devil. No, I want them to see this. As the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn, you've been quite a thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It is a shame I was cut short, but I thank you for your rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to a recompense we agreed on.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Fuck. Founder, you are most gracious. Is that the guy who died, like the original one? And then in his will, he said, take care of this kid. Because it's him, but younger, because he perfected that potion, but did it a little bit too far. and became a kid again. I forget his name.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper. I fucking knew it. He drank a youth potion. That's all that happened. Ah,
His body
man.
and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
I feel like they had fun with this.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd.
Evil as can
This
be,
is a
Sharper
story about
Valentines.
change.
What? No. Oh, he sounds so much more menacing. Look at this dude. Damn, he clean as hell though. Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. I'm giving him Nuncreed's voice again. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it will help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear, reveal the sign. Ah, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. I gave him the... Sharper, you malicious bastard. Malice. Getting a lot of moods. I'm glad you're back so I could tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I feel like no one would bat an eye if he got JFK'd right now. I'm just saying. I know it's a small town. I thought so. Do you truly believe you could be free of me? The truth of complete, a town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy, I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourself in my absence. Squandered. Damn, his face changed immediately. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. Damn, what did he do to you? I don't know which is worse, my son who's completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who would evidently let me down. Eris, you failed me with such admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can live forever? But what about... It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take my opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no
choice. Ah, Joe. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play leading man again. Forever, forever. In fact, if he remains loyal, that goes for all of you. Oh, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Pekin Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blather skit could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride.
Where is she? Oh, she's back there. I was like, where's the bad girl?
He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold down while I was orchestrating my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
This guy. Patrick C. Montesquieu. The guy from the dog. It's the guy from the library that said he was the best actor in the world, signed by him. Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire, at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly a role of a lifetime. Wait, so Bill Kerr was a Pat C this whole time? Aren't your secrets out and open? What's to stop this town from rising against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for everyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends have made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had a moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man could do given time. And my time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Oh, shit.
The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right?
The end of this game? Finally? I feel like we've had enough plot twist.
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Into Fire and Ice. Oh! Oh, shit. You can open up another side to this.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow.
It's gotta be really cold there.
Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This will all make sense soon, Luca. And everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't!
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
And this is gonna freeze us, yeah.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
I feel like my favorite ending in this game right now is when they're in the treehouse chilling, and then the whole treehouse freezes over.
In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
And that's the end of that tree. That's it. That's how as far as that goes.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes,
Luca, what you up to?
like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over. Of course. And I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the
Luca
treehouse.
twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all.
Oh, this is before I told him the truth.
Ah, okay.
So right over. Oh, they can't check out the books right now. Oh, it's sharper.
The festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be the thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. If you want that festival sign waiting to be unveiled, it'd be a shame
The
if someone...
two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
I feel like that's one of his friends. That dog is important, some way, somehow. Identify yourself, please.
Nellie Modwell.
I work here now. I don't officially start till tomorrow.
Mr. Chris said I could come in early tonight and get a few things done. Hold, please.
Clearance authorized.
Thank you.
Our harvest awaits. Whoa. Get a wrench of a noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? I might as well ask you the same thing of you. Find anything good? Not since Perennial Harvest moved in. Even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. But this bunch is all shredded paper and coffee cups. I better get going. And didn't see none if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Oh, that kid ain't in here. Let's check the flashback. See if I got anything new. Nope.
Luca gently good first.
Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire, the source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?"
Is any of this real? Are you real?
Luca's father bent
Can't sound
down
like
to
that. I
switch
don't
away
like
a
it.
tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me."
Damn,
Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone."
ouch.
Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
That is Nuncreed.
Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Is that Rollo's dad? Or Al? We need to talk about this. This is the first time I've seen him. He's hubby though. Why, like, he's just a normal fucking dude, but he is so beautiful. Why? Why did you make him such a normal, beautiful man? Why is he just everything I want? Okay? Why is he me? Who did this? I love. I love this man. I don't know what he's about to tell me, but I love him. Everything about him. I just he's just so great. I don't know why. He just elongated Rolo, but like Rolo was already great. His dad, chef's kiss. I don't know why it's an improvement. I just love everything about him. He's God. He's just so great. Dilf alert. I love him. Sheesh. I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, take it easy. Luca, you just need get your eyes checked. Oh shit, it is Rolo! Yikes! Okay. Okay. I'm confused. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of its random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle. Look, I quit messing around. Now the voice actually makes sense for him. It's me. If it's really you, prove it. Flamin' chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped.
Him without overalls is so weird.
He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo.
I like how he still puts his hands up as if he's holding the overalls, but he's not.
Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big and look.
Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower, but beggars can't be choosers. Rolo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang, Paul just made me new shoes. Luca, why are you looking so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rolo, what did they do to you? Hey, maybe drink some green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice. All the licorice that kid was buying is putting it into those potions so he can grow older. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. You smashed open the cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. Well, I'm just glad you're safe. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. I'm sure I got snatched, but look at it like this. I got snatched. I know where those people snatch. I know where snatched people go now. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. You're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger? Ha!
Rolo shot
He still does
jabs.
He still does little tippy taps. Take them all on. She wears a beanie now and she has a little dye job. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened. I need your help. I don't know where else to go. You're just hanging out with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rolo. It looks weird. It looks really weird.
This is your missing friend? The one and the same. He seems a little old. I have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere? So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. I can hear this racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why you need to improve the security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you say around me, you can say around Rolo. It's been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try and salvage my hair, so I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay, I just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notices what? Perfect time, Mom. Nothing. I was just. Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? Kind of felt like a change. It's gonna take forever to grow out. You're the one who said change was a good thing, right? The tomboy style she had before just doubled because now she's wearing a beanie and has dyed hair. I still coat it still. She looks like a skater boy. But she's not saying see you later, boy, so we'll see what happens. I was talking about your mother's new job. Let's talk about us moving. I guess I took your lessons to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. I need to understand the background behind that phrase, because I've heard it too many times. I'll look into it tonight. You're not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not too different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants and people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Immediately. The switch up was crazy. First of all, you're grounded. Yep, knew that shit was happening. What? This morning, I have Nellie come up and see what you're doing about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But, not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I love how the sass meter built all the way up, and she's like, yeah, that's why you're better at talking to plants and people. It was like, all right, you listen here. No. And we're going to fix that attitude real fast. I know moving is hard, honey. But it doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. And if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll shave it off for you. Think about how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded. No. I'm sorry I got you in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Because this is the timeline where you kick it into her face. We finished the timeline where he turns into a half monster. Alright, can we get back to my story now? The next part is the important bit. I have a radio upgraded with Mom, and I was too angry to sleep, so I decided to dial in something worth listening to. Oh, it's just like her. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on the lead researcher of the deep engineering? Nova Moldwell seems to be integrating nicely. At the moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. If you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessors, her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she's finished her work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir. I usually have more time for fully bringing people into the fold. We are in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risk. Of course, sir. No, listen, sir. Once she's finished with her work, she'll either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit? Oh? We seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. We're rushing things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that we just want what's best for you. I'm internally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you've ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing somebody? Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is the founder? I was hoping you guys would know. As far as we know, Kerr is the top banana. Top banana? At Perennial Harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field? What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was that person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. But it seems like Nellie's predecessor got loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. So we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. It's 2 days away. It won't. She just come home after work? That creep on the radio said they were gonna hold her there until then. So she's not coming out. We gotta go in to get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? They're really just a welcome map. Mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Looks like the blueprints to me. So here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline, we have an objective, we have a blueprint. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
Little tippy tappies. I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6. The Heist.
And that's where I will end it today. And I will continue this at some other point.
Let us find someone to host. That seems like a good dude. Slash read. Okay. I'll see you beautiful sons again next time. Possibly tomorrow, possibly not. We'll see. Bye bye.